already. Street should already be there. Then we're also asking for Young Guns bike and street bike to the staging lanes, please, as we move into the second pairing of round number 1 of the Radial tired races. Mark Russell in the beautiful little Roadster, and James Horan, of course, the black Hilux over there in the Pro Street Radial lane. Here we go, just about into stage. Radial cars, race heads up, no dial in, no index. Mark Russell, looks like a few issues off the line for him. James Horan went blasting through his best pass of the weekend, 4.20, 186 miles per hour. He crosses the finish line first and takes the win. Mark Russell, as I said, a little bit, looks like he had a few issues off the start line. Only ran 7:46, but his best mile an hour of the weekend so far, 99.97. Just a fraction shy of the 100 mile an hour. A what? So that was the end of racing round number 1. We've already had round number 2 for Fast Street and about to move into round number 2 of Street. Got a little bit of an issue with one of our timing blocks down there in the braking area. Sort that out for us, and we'll get back underway very shortly. Good to see a nice big crowd here at 1320 Motorsports, Warwick Dragway. Witnessing a bit of history, you all are. The very first running of the Nitro On The Downs event here at Warwick Dragway. Great to have you here as part of it. Tyler Wagensfeld in the Navara up against Daniel Shaper. Daniel Shaper also in the work ute. Sounds so quiet to what we've been used to so recently here at Warwick Dragway. Can only just hear the tyres on the track. Mark Gill now in the Holden Ute against Dale Lee in the Nissan. Over there in the Pro Street Radials lane. Dale Lee with a 1685 dial in. Mark Gill with a 1440. So quite a weight again for Mark Gill. Does a good job of it, 1-1. But look at Dale Lee with a .05. If he can run nice and close to his dial, and he should take this out. And he goes too fast once again. 16.77 on a 16.85. The win goes to Mark Gill with a 14.90 on his 14.40 dial in. So kind of got away with a little bit there, did Mark Gill. Not the greatest reaction time, and a little bit far off his off his dial in from what he would prefer, but. Luckily for him, his competitor went a little bit too fast, so he got the win. Alex Kidd and Sonia Wagensfeld. David Wilson in the ute. Cole Mitchell. He's in the Falcon sedan. Very even off the start line. This could be anyone's race here. Warwick gases to the staging lanes, please. Warwick gases to the staging lane. Believe it or not, we are actually ahead of schedule. So just repeating, Warwick gases to the staging lanes, please. Warwick gases to the staging lanes. We have Leonie Somerville and Alistair Howard. And the win does go to the Black Commodore of Alistair Howard, 14.15 on a 13.87. Happens here, Craig Caton with the weight on Ian Deutscher. He goes too early and leaves the cherry on the tree. So Ian Deutscher in the EK station wagon will go through and take the win. He runs 17.23 on a 16.95. And as I said, he takes the win thanks to Craig Caton's red light. And that, I believe, is the end of Street for round 2. And it means that we'll be getting into drag bike. Here we go. These guys and girls have been putting on quite the show all weekend. Good close racing, plenty of great performances. And of course, this is their round 2 here at Warwick Dragway. Justin Malloy on the red bike and Jack Roberts on the blue. Justin Malloy, he's gone with a 9.50 dial in. Jack Roberts with a 9.99, just a fraction below 10. He will get a slight advantage off the start line. And a red line for Justin Malloy. Jack Roberts will take the win over there in the Pro Street Radials lane. Let's see what he runs. 10.37 on a 9.99. 9.72 on a 9.50 with a red light for Justin Malloy. To really muscle that bike back into the groove. Adam Hill goes through and takes the win in the Pro Street Radials lane with a 10.34. Great reaction time, 0.08, and he had a dial in of 10.30, so that was always going to be hard to beat. Aaron Potts, he was really up against it once that bike went into the air, came down heavy and unloaded the back tyre. He handled it well, but just couldn't come back from there. Shane Ball on the Nutcracker. Alan Anise Jr. over there in the Pro Street Radials lane. 8.81 the reaction time. Shane Ball, he's in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane, and he's dialed in with a 990. He's the slower bike, so he will get the head start on the Christmas tree. Not quite a second in it. Both great reaction times, but it looks like Alan Anise Jr. has gone around him already. 8.95 on an 8.81, takes the win. Shane Ball goes 11.28. He might have rolled off the throttle a little bit there down in the finish line when he saw Alan Anise Jr. go past him. But unfortunately for him, Alan Anise did not make a mistake at all. Takes the win in round number 2. Red light there for Edwin Terry. The win goes to Rachel Redmond. No strike on the bye run. Tests out the dial in. 978 on a 975. That's pretty close. 135 miles per hour. And that is it for round number 2 of drag bike. About 27 minutes behind schedule. That's not too bad. Not too shabby. Well, that did actually happen earlier, and I would have kept talking, except I'll let me know. We go with the young guns once again. Big field of young guns here today. Here we go, starting off round number 2 for the young guns. Bronte Janouche and Jasmine Kidd. $12.34 for Bronte in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. $8.23 for Jasmine in the Pro Street Radials lane. That is a big weight for Jasmine Kidd. Quick ET to the staging lanes, please. Quick ET to the staging lanes. Ah, look at that. Red light for Bronte Janouche. That will hand the win to Jasmine Kidd. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, eh? Okay, Nixon King and Thomas Dawson out there now. $8.07 for Nixon King. Nearly a full 4 seconds. He will have to wait for Thomas Dawson. Nixon King goes for the red light. The win goes to Thomas Dawson, 11.40 on a 12-second pass. So that would have been a breakout. Unfortunately for Nixon King, the red light means he hands the win over to Thomas Dawson. Unfortunate for Nixon King. Very fortunate for Thomas Dawson. And Taylor Smith. Cody Sedmak with an $8.60 dial in. Taylor Smith in the Moonshine Mayhem car with a $7.80. And a breakout there for Taylor Smith, 778 on a 780. Not by much, but a breakout is a breakout. Cody Sedmak had a great reaction time with a 0.02, and he ran 8.73 on his 860. So Taylor Smith hands the win over. Max Rowling now in the more pocket money car. Going to line up against Lucia Pirano. Max Rowling, the quicker car. Lucia Pirano, she's off with a beautiful .01 reaction time. She's given herself every chance to take this race out. And she goes 10.18 on a 960. Max Rowling, he was closer to his dial in 8.11 on a 780, and he takes the win. Margin of victory, just 0.1 of a second. Tyler Bellett now in the Golby's parts and fabrication lane. 772 is his dial in. He's up against Isabella Hunter in the Pro Street Radials lane with an 8.60 dial in. Both cars out of there around about similar, very similar reaction times. 776 on a 772 takes the win for Tyler Bellett. And Isabella Hunter runs 864 on an 860. So another close race there. Only 5 feet the difference in the bottom end. 0.04 seconds. .05 reaction to a .08 Nash Pirano to Neela Paul. Nash Pirano will take the win with a 795 on a 795 with a .05 reaction time. Neela Paul, she goes 767 on a 767 with a .08 reaction time. That is awesome racing for those from these young drag racers. The future of our sport is definitely in good hands. How cool was that? Less than 3.5 foot the difference in the finish line. Those drivers wouldn't have even known themselves who won that. So close. Probably the second closest race we've had today. Lexi Lancaster now and Xavier Paul. Xavier Paul is the slower car with an 890 dial-in. Lexi Lancaster around a second faster with a 797. She gives away the start to Xavier Paul by just over 1 second. And Xavier Paul goes his quickest of the weekend, but still takes the win with an 898 on an 890. Lexi Lancaster went too quick. 796 on a 797. In fact, 796 with a 5 on a 797, mind you. So we're talking less than 5 thousandths of a second. Kendra Glasson now moving forward with an 810 dial-in. Dakota Bray comes in with a 788. Let's see how they go. Kendra Glasson and Dakota Bray. Red light in the Golby's Parts and Fab lane. The win goes to Dakota Bray. 793 on a 788. Kendra Glasson, she went too fast as well as red lighting. So, well, I'll tell you what, the win goes to Dakota Bray. Either way, 793 on a 788, and she will take the win. As I said, Kendra Glasson, unfortunately, red lit, then went too fast just to make sure the deal was done. How are we going? This looks like the last pass. It is Jet Pirano. Last pass for round number 2 of Young Guns. Reaction time 0.092. Style in 788. He goes 797. And that is it for round number 2 of Young Guns. We will be moving into Young Guns bikes next. Here we go with Young Guns Bikes, and it is the two young ladies, Scarlett Mansfield French and Nevaeh McDougall. Both ladies going with the pink scheme. Actually, the colours on those bikes are almost identical, aren't they? Is that a factory colour or is raspberry? Oh, I've never seen a raspberry that colour. $9 flat the dial in for Scarlett and $9.55 for Nevaeh McDougall. She's in the Pro Street Radials lane. Scarlett is in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. The better reaction time went to Nevaeh McDougall, but not by much. The win does go to her, though, with a 9.73 on a 9.55. Scarlett Mansfield French went 9.11. Marcus McDonald and Vance Pirano. Of course, Young Guns Bike round 2. Street Bike, Jason White and Matt Halpin. I'm looking at the information here for Jason White, and as I have freely admitted many, many times, I'm not an expert on bikes, but I'm pretty sure that is not a 1965 Plymouth Barracuda. Nothing, it's just the information is wrong. It's riding a motorbike and it says it's a Plymouth Barracuda, which is not a motorbike, it's a car. It's... Still moving on with Street Bike, round 2. And we've got Stephen Burton up against Dave Fallon. Dave Fallon with a red light, unfortunately, and that is a very close red light. 0.003 of a second. Unfortunately, on the wrong side of the ledger. He runs 10.74 on a 10.60. And Stephen Burton ran 10.66 on his 10.58. There from Clinton Swalling. Adam Hill takes the win with a 10.46 on a 10.30 dial in. I'll tell you what, the lineup over at the canteen is still very, very long. It's good to see all you people are hungry. Aaron Potts and Aaron Grout. Goes to Aaron Potts in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication Lane with a 10.98 on his 10.90. He also had the better reaction time as well as being closer to his dial-in. So as we keep talking about, that is the way to win a race here in the drag racing world. Lisa Mundy now up against her husband Mick Mundy for bragging rights here in round 2 of Street Bike. Lisa Mundy on the little step through with a 23.2 second dial in. Mick Mundy, he's dialed in 21.09. Look at that. Very even off the start line. 0.25 to a 0.28 reaction time. Lisa Mundy could have this here. I think she's going to win it. Just waiting to let you know. Here we go. 23.33 is good enough for the win for Lisa Mundy. She takes the win in a thrilling race against her husband Mick Mundy with a 21.86 on a 21.09 dial in. Phew. That was pretty thrilling. Just goes to show you don't have to be fast to be exciting. I mean, it helps, but it doesn't have to go that way. By run for Rochelle Strike. She's dialed in with a 9.99 and she runs a 10.16. Not bad at all, 132 miles per hour. Warwick Gases coming at you once more. Peter Klockner in the metal mauler up against Shane Lucas in the Blue Bayou. Peter Klockner in the Valiant with a 13.8 second quarter dial in, sorry. Shane Lucas with an 11.8. So 2 seconds to wait for Shane Lucas. Peter Klockner with the better reaction time. He should be able to hold on and take this win. 13.86 on a 13.80. Nice work there from Peter Klockner. Another big, long, smoky burnout there from James Brennan. Put your hands together and give him a big cheer. That is great work there from James Brennan. Putting on a show for all the fans here at Warwick Dragway. Once the smoke clears, I can see Nigel Elsmore over there in the Hillman. That James Brennan really is a delinquent. Loves smoking the tyres. Nigel Elsmore in the doggone crazy Hillman panel van. He's dialed in 1140. And James Brennan with a 1350. Wheels up for Nigel Elsmore. Once again, James Brennan with the better reaction time. And he goes through with the win, 13.57 on a 13.50. Speaking of crazy, here is the Plymouth of Brad O'Regan. Crazed is what he's known as. And Tracy Coombe in the old Trouble and Strife Chevy Nova. Beautiful looking car and goes really well too. 1040 the dial in. And she gets the win. 1042 on a 1040. Brad O'Regan, he doesn't fall off his dial in by much, but he does fall off by a little bit, and it's just enough for Tracy Coombe to come around the outside and take the win. Dean Kubler now and Rowan Morrison. Rowan with a 1090 in the FJ Holden. Dean Kubler dials in with a 1250 with the Locomotive. Locomotive. I think there's a bit of a theme going here with these gases. We got Locomotive, we got Crazed, we got Doggone Crazy. Telford goes too fast with an 1182 on 1194. Kenton McKay goes 1133 on an 1118 to take the win. 120 miles per hour. That car is getting faster and faster. The blown Hemi-powered Willies of Kenny McKay. What do we got next? We got Quick ET, I think. That is exactly what we got next. Quick ET. Andrew March in the white car. And of course, Jamie Folker. Jamie Folker in the altered. He's in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. He's dialed in with a 986. Andrew Marsh. On this occasion, the quicker car with an 860 dial in. .03, too quick for Jamie Folker. Goes the red light. Andrew March had a nice 08 reaction time, and he'll get the win with an 898 on an 860. Unfortunately, once again for Jamie Folker, he's gone a little bit too quick and leads the red light on the tree. Robert Trapnell now, lining up in the old 55 FC Holden, up against Mark Sugars in this beautiful Ford Falcon Sprint. 960 the dial in for Mark Sugars, 1010 for Robert Trapnell. Round number 2 for Quick ET. Getting close to that time. I'm talking about Nitro Funny Car time. We're not too far off. Wheels up once again from Mark Sugars. That thing is an awesome beast. 0.08 the reaction time. He should be able to take the win here. 10.84 on a 960 is good enough for the win. Robert Trapnell running 11.28 on a 10.10. Terry Mansfield French now in the older Falcon up against Kirsten Colston in the AU version. Kirsten Colson with a 10.40 dial in. Terry Mansfield French slightly quicker, not by much, 10.35. The XD had the slightly better reaction time. Check it out, 10.35 dial in. 10.33 goes too fast. Terry Mansfield French breaks out, and Kirsten Colston in the AU Falcon takes the win with a very nice 10.48 on a 10.40. Grandson cooking dinner tonight at home. Max Carpenter in the Mustang goes 8.85 on an 8.80 with a 0.06 reaction time to take the win over Benita Marchant. She went 7.75 on a 7.72. Margin of victory at those sorts of speeds, 8.3 feet. So that's not a real lot. Only 0.03 of a second, so 300ths of a second. 33 thousandths of a second, if you want to be exact. Who have we got next? So Rob Price, and I can't see who that is. So we're going to have Bruce Mansfield and Michael Shaper by the looks of it. Bruce Mansfield, of course, in the rear engine dragster. Nope, that's not right. It is Bruce Mansfield, but it's not Michael Shaper. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's Michael Osborne in the Hilux. Oh, I don't know what's going on. People aren't waiting. They're in big trouble. They are going to get smacked. Not enough discipline, that's what I say. Yeah, it's some sort of Michael. There we go. Now we got it. Bruce Mansfield in the Dragster. Dial in 820. Michael Shaper in the 57 Chevy. Dial in 875. Here we go, Bruce Mansfield, Michael Shaper. Michael Shaper out of there nicely. So was Bruce Mansfield. This could be a close race. Bit of smoke coming out of the back of Bruce Mansfield's car. The win goes to Michael Shaper with a 879 on his 875 dial-in. Bruce Mansfield in the Dragster around 11.22 off an 820. So I'd say there was definitely something wrong with that car. Left the line very nicely. Did a nice, reasonable reaction time, 0.13. But unfortunately, as we saw, as he went down the track, smoke started to come out of that car. So, and then obviously slowed noticeably as well. Way off the dial-in with an 11.22 on an 8.20 dial-in. So obviously something was happening there, and it wasn't something good. So we will go down, check out the track, make sure everything's okay. If not, it's clean-up time again. I'll let you know as soon as I know what's happening. Meanwhile, we've got Michael Osborne and Neil Maxwell waiting patiently to go down the track for their round number 2 race. There we go, folks. There is a clean-up happening down there in the bottom end of the track. Whatever that was from Michael Osborne, unfortunately ended up on the track. So, oh, was it? Oh, sorry, Michael Osborne's here. Sorry, I got all mixed up there. Of course, it wasn't Michael Osborne. He hasn't raced yet. It was Bruce Mansfield, of course, in the Dragster. So, yes, Michael Osborne and Neil Maxwell will unfortunately have to wait for their race. I'm not sure. I'll let you know if I find out how long they're estimating for this cleanup. But in the meantime, might be a good excuse to go and join that massive lineup waiting for food at the canteen. Well, maybe not.
Brown Scarlet Mansfield French down here now. You're on the junior bikes, you're racing your brother, having a bit of fun. Now a couple of years in the junior bikes, now a couple of seasons?
This is my second year.
And is this your third bike already?
Second.
Second? Oh, I thought you were on your third. I better be counting a bit better. But it certainly looks your style now. You've got the pink bling going on out there.
Yep.
And what about the times? What's your best PB?
9.0.
9.0. And your brother, how far is he?
I think his best is 8.8.
So you're not far off the money here. You'll be chasing him down today. Who's the better reactor?
Depends.
You're not going to claim that one? No, so come from a family of racing. Obviously, you just get out here and enjoy it. You've got your mum and dad out there racing as well. What's the best part of it?
The people.
Yeah? Just getting out to the track and enjoying it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you get out there and have a great run. Thanks for getting on the camera. Cheers, Scarlett.
Thank you.
you see. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stomach sooner than this?
Okay, the cleanup is continuing, but we're about 10 minutes from having that cleanup finished. So we're looking at 10 to 15 minutes before we are back on track. We've actually got some of the Nitro funny cars starting to line up. So they were meant to come out at 7:30. Unfortunately, of course, that didn't happen. But I think we're not too far away from seeing some Nitro action. As I said, whatever we do, whether we run some other cars down to get some heat into the track or whatever happens, we will be looking at getting started in around about 10 to 15 minutes. And then it won't be too long after that that we'll have Nitro funny cars in action once more. So, folks, thank you for your patience. And I will warn you, if things go for much longer, I'll start singing. And that's not what you want, I can assure you. I take requests. I take requests. People are so cruel.
Someone has left a phone. It was on the tables out here. It's in the engineering shed if anyone's looking for a phone.
Okay, folks. Another thing we just found a mobile phone on the tables down here near the control tower, and it's been taken to the scrutineering shed. So if you are missing a phone, that's where it'll be. So just go down there, take your ID, birth certificate, bank, check, wallet, whatever else. Nah, mate, kidding. Just go down there and grab your phone, for goodness sakes. It's good to see all you lovely people hanging around. Of course, we don't like when this sort of thing happens, but as part of motorsports, things happen. Engines let things loose that they aren't supposed to let loose, and cleanups need to happen. So thank you very much for all your patience. We do appreciate it. So as I said, we're looking at 10 to 15 minutes before we are ready to get back on track. We've got, I think we were kind of halfway through with Quick ET. I'm not sure what will happen there, whether we'll finish that off first or whether we'll go straight to the Nitro cars. Who knows? Obviously that decision will be made in conjunction with the crews of the Nitro funny cars. We're not too sure exactly what's going to happen just yet, but as I said, we do appreciate and thank you for your patience. All our crew of hard-working volunteers, that's right, they're volunteers, they don't get paid, and they are working their butts off to get this done as quickly as possible. You look at them later, they won't have any butts left because they've worked them all off. What was that, sorry, mate? So here we all are looking at each other. As I said before, if it goes on much longer, I will start singing. I have been already made a few recommendations for songs to sing, so I am warning you now. What was that? Oh, sorry, I thought they were talking to me. So yeah, I've had a message here for The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. Would you like me to ruin that one? Would you like me to ruin The Gambler by Kenny Rogers? Or would it be better if I put a tutu on and came out and performed a striptease? No, we don't want that. I'll do it if you join in, okay? No? Okay. It was worth a try. Here we go. Look at this. That wasn't even 10 minutes, was it? How good is that? Michael Osborne has been waiting very, very patiently to get his round number 2 race in for Quick ET. Rob Price has also come in on the Pro Street Radials lane. And let's face it, they've saved you from my singing voice. Here we go, back into action at Warwick Dragway. Nitro on the Downs, coming at ya. 9:35 the dial in for Michael Osborne and 9:56 for Rob Price. .007 reaction there for Michael Osborne. That is sensational. His dial-in's 9:35. He runs 9:48. He takes the win. Rob Price, he goes 9:63 on a 9:56. Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. Darren Otto in the step back in time. Front engine nostalgia dragster. He's gone all Hollywood on us and done a big, massive burnout. Adam Somerville goes, I can make just as much smoke as you and not go forward as much. It's become one of those competition thingos. Adam Somerville. He's dialed in with a 987. Darren Otto with a 925. Oh, no, look at that. Darren Otto grazes the wall. I think, well, he's still continuing to drive. He'll go back to the pits and change his underwear and he'll be fine. Hopefully there's no damage to the car. Looked like to me like just the rear tyres that have grazed that wall there. Car just got out of the groove by the looks of it and kind of went sideways onto that wall. All happened very, very quickly and suddenly, as they always do. Adam Somerville goes through with a 10.02 at 99 on a 987 dial in to take the win. That was the last thing on Darren Otto's mind. Just a reminder, folks, check your pockets. I checked mine. My phone is here, but one of you check your pockets. You won't have a phone in there because we found a phone on the table up here near the control tower. It's now in the scrutineering shed waiting for you to pick it up. Here we go. We've checked out the track. It's all good. We got Trevor Davis in the Mark 1 Cortina and Scott Burton in the 6-cylinder powered altered. What do you do to make a Holden red motor 6-cylinder keep up with all the V8s? Easy. Just whack a big supercharger on the side of it. He's dialed in with a 10 flat. Trevor Davis in the Cortina. He's dialed in with a 10.8. Wheels up for Trevor Davis in an absolute heartbreaker red light. 001 is the red light there. That is a heartbreaker. 1/1000th of a second and it would have been a perfect light. But unfortunately it's on the wrong side of the ledger and the red light comes up on the Christmas tree. Scott Burton goes through with a 10.17 to takes the win. Trevor Davis also went too fast. He ran 10.78 on a 10.80, but that was all academic basically by that stage after leaving that red light on the Christmas tree. Tell you what though, it was very, very, very close. To me, I think looks like the end of Quick ET. Yes, yep, that's it. Quick ET over for round 2. I believe we are going to get the Nitro funny cars out. That's what you've all been waiting to hear. All the crazy stuff. Here we go, folks. We are just about ready. The crews are working on the cars to get them ready to go down the track. We are on with Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars here at 1320 Motorsport Warwick Dragway. Of course, we are talking Nitro on the Downs. Literally Nitro on the Downs. Here we go, folks. Justin Walsh in the Terminator and Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express. Nitro methane, burning funny cars. Here we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Justin Walsh and Morris McMillan. Pedal fest there for Justin Walsh. Morris McMillan straight down the track. 542, 250 miles per hour for Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express. Justin Walsh, 709, 137 miles per hour. Did a great job pedaling that car several times. What do we all think of Nitro funny cars at night? That is awesome. How cool is that? Literally Nitro on the Downs. Next up, we've got JOH Lay in King Kong and Graham Frawley. Actually, no, isn't that the other way around, I think? Graham Frawley's in King Kong and JOH Lay in the Bandit. Who's ready for some more Nitro action here at Warwick Dragway? I know I am. Looking forward to this. candles lit all the way down. Josh Lay drifted over towards the wall, but kept it nice and straight, relatively speaking. 606, 207 miles per hour for Josh Lay in the Bandit Trans Am funny car. Graham Frawley was out of it early after getting out of the groove. 855, 96 miles per hour in the Firebird, the King Kong Firebird. How much fun was that? Speaking of fun, here we go with Shelby Lay putting on a night fire demonstration of this amazing Wheelstander. Whoops, fire's gone out. Don't worry, folks. She just turned the mufflers on, that's all. Don't listen to me. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Yep, not sure exactly what's going on just yet. Oh, we've had to shut her off. Sorry, nobody tells me nothing. We've just got to check a few things out on the track. As I said, just checking out the track, making sure everything is all good. And it looks like we are getting the fire up signal from our start line official there. Here she comes, Shelby Lay in the misbehaving Wheelstander 57 Chevy coming at ya. car for Shelby Lay and the misbehaving 57 Chevy Wheelstander. Great work there from Shelby. Putting on a great show for all the fans out there. Good stuff indeed. Here we go, more testing for Ellie Sting in the Sting family dragster. Here we go, Ellie Sting. This beautiful rear engine dragster. She's been getting better and better all weekend, putting in plenty of solo passes, getting the hang of driving this absolute weapon of a car. Nice work there from Ellie Sting. 811, 155 miles per hour. Nice reaction time there from her as well, 35 thousandths of a second. So very nice work from her. She is really starting to get it together with that car. Don't forget, folks, we got the Nitro Funny Cars coming out one more time, as well, of course, as the Wheelstander, the 57 Chevy Wheelstander. They will be coming out one more time before we finish up. They are due to come out at 9:30, but obviously we are a little bit behind schedule, so they may be a little bit later than that. But we'll be trying our best to get them out as close as possible to that time. But, yeah, just repeating, we will have the Nitro Funny Cars back in action one more time. Rodney Hansen now. Wait for the burnout from this thing. Mackenzie Garside as well with the dragster. Mackenzie in the Pro Street Radials lane has dialed in with a 775. Rodney Hansen, as you can tell, he loves his burnouts. And he's dialed in with a 735. So 735 to 775. Not too much in it at all. All over the track, around about three-quarter track. Moves around and runs 861. That was enough to let Mackenzie Garside drive around the outside and ran 776 on a 775. So that was a great pass from Mackenzie Garside in the dragster. Unfortunately for Rodney Hansen, the car did get a little bit loose. He had to pedal it by the looks of it, 861 on a 735. Okay, folks. Street and fast street to the staging lanes, please. Street and fast street to the staging lanes, please. Oh, sorry. I've just been told not street, just fast street, please. Street can stay in the pits for now, but fast street to the staging lanes, please. Fast street to the staging lanes. Sorry about the confusion there, but I was originally told both, but no. For now, we just want fast street. Here we go with Radial round 2. Andrew Rankin and James Horan. Of course, Andrew Rankin in the Toyota Corona and James Horan in the Hilux. And Radial is no dial-ins. Heads up. Run what you brung and hope you've brung enough. And I can tell you what, both these guys have definitely brung enough. we go. Andrew Rankin, James Horan. 2 wild bits of gear, I can tell you right now. Very quick cars, these two, both of them. Whoa, zings the tyres both sides of the track. Now it's a pedal fest to the end. The win goes to James Horan, 745, 80 miles per hour. Andrew Rankin with a 767, 102. I'll tell you what, both those cars struggling for traction out there. Mark Russell now in the Roadster. Elimination, not eliminations, but racing round 2 for Radial. We got Chuck Jifkins over there in the awesome Commodore Ute running a 2JZ. This thing has plenty of power as well. Mark Russell, he is also in that beautiful Roadster, the beautiful red and white Roadster. Plenty of horsepower on board for him as well. Chuck Jifkins, talking to him earlier today. This 2JZ is making plenty of power. He is mainly out there just to run some numbers. He's got a number in his head that he wants to run, and that's why he usually only comes out at night time to race, and he lets he doesn't go for a good reaction time. He's just interested in running a good number in this car. Mark Russell takes off with a .25. Chuck Jifkins overpowers the track straight away. Spins the tyres straight off the line. Ends up coasting through for an 881. I can assure you that is not the number he's looking for. So hopefully next time. Mark Russell, he goes through with a 765, takes the win. And that brings out Reese Carkeet in the awesome EH sedan. Fast street to the staging lanes, please. Fast street to the staging lanes. This is another call for fast street to the staging lanes, please. .495, 146.55 miles per hour for Reese Carkeet. Another good pass there from him. Looks like biggest mile an hour of the weekend for him, 146.55, and a beautiful 495 time slip. Okay, moving into round 3 of Fast Street now. Nick Smith and Joshua Pina. Nick Smith in the wagon, dialed in 1182, and Josh Pina in the big silver Stato, 1290. .016 the reaction time there for Nick Smith. He's put himself in a good position here. 1178 on an 1182 is too fast. The win goes to Joshua with a 1524 on his 1290. So once again, Nick Smith goes too fast. Now we've got Sharks, Pina, and Kalani back. 1121 for the Commodore and 1175 for the Ute. Straight to the staging lanes, please. Straight to the staging lanes. We need you now straight to the staging lanes, please. So the crowd is starting to thin a little bit, but all the smart ones are hanging around for more Nitro Funny Car action just a little bit later on. As I said, we're going to get them out as soon as they are ready. Oh, that Ute of Gary Dobson, that moved around a little bit there. 1155 and an 1152 for Mark Rosso is good enough for the win. The win goes to the Colby's Parts and Fabrication Lane. Dale Gridley in the Valiant with a 1034 on a 1020 dial in. Brett Lyon, he went 1165 on 1151. The margin of victory was 74 thousandths of a second. Bud Kelly now in the HQ. He's up against Beth Mansfield French. She's dialed in with an 1113. Bud Kelly with a 1063. So Beth Mansfield French will leave first. Pretty even reaction times there off the start line. You wouldn't be able to pick it. Who will go through for the win? It is the Little Capri. 1117 on an 1113. Bud Kelly was a 10.76 on a 10.63. So once again, 68 thousandths of a second the difference. We're talking some pretty close racing here tonight at Warwick Dragway. .08 off the line for Cameron Hunt. Win goes to Les Rice though with a 10.68 on a 10.64. Nice racing there from the HB Tirana. Cameron Hunt goes 12.82 on a 12.65. When you're racing someone like Les Rice, you really don't have to fall off your dial in too much at all for it to cost you the race. Unfortunately, got to be really on your game to win against an experienced competitor like that. Paul Winkle now in the Commodore Ute up against Matt Francis in the Pano, the old Panavan. Once again, pretty even off the line. The Ute, a very slight advantage, goes 12.86 on 12.99, so that is too quick. That's a breakout pass for Paul Winkle. Matt Francis in the panel van ran a 10.01 on a 10.00 with a 0.14 reaction time. That was easily good enough to take the win. Just a reminder, folks, we do need street to the staging lanes, street to the staging lanes. Let's see what happened here. Breakouts for Jonathan Jones in the Domino's Delivery Echo. 10.97 on an 11.00, so not by much at all. In fact, it was a 10.97 with a 5. So not very much at all, but still a red light is a red light. Brendan Burnett ran 11.84. Sorry, 11.48. Read that wrong, didn't I? Scooter Marsh loves his burnouts. I saw him just earlier. He said he was itching to get out there again because he was planning on sending it. And there you go. There's the proof in the pudding for Scooter March. 13.00 the dial in. John Riley with an 11.90. So you're looking at just over a second the difference here on the start line. Scooter will get to leave first, and then, 1.1 seconds later, John Riley will attempt to chase him down. Oh, look at that beautiful .02 reaction time for John Riley. Street to the staging lanes, please. Street to the staging lanes. We're going to move straight into street after these fast street cars, so we need street to the staging lanes, please. John Riley takes the win on that last one, as I said, 11.96 on an 11.90. Sam Campbell's been a tough competitor all weekend in this XD Falcon. 351 Cleveland on board. He's dialed in with a 10.60. Kane Schultz in the little T bucket with a 12.65. Oh, a little bit of a pedal there from Sam Campbell. This could be what Kane Schultz needs to take the win. No, he doesn't. He goes too fast again. I think that's the second time today that he's gone too fast. 12.60 on a 12.65. Sam Campbell says thank you very much. 10.63 on a 10.60 though. I tell you what, that would have been hard to beat anyway. Sounded like he had a little bit of a pedal at one stage there as well, did Sam Campbell, so great job from him. So, drag bike to the staging lanes, please. Drag bike to the staging lanes. We should have street there already, and we're now asking for drag bikes to the staging lanes, please. Also, Young Guns and Young Guns bikes to the staging lanes, please. Drag bike, Young Guns and Young Guns bike to the staging lanes, please. Okay, moving into street now. Mark Gill and Skylar Wagensveld. We go. Let's see who takes this one out. Pretty close off the start line, and it is Skylar Wagensveld that takes the win with an 18.16 in the Nissan Navara. 18.09 was the dial in. She was just that little bit closer to the dial in than Mark Gill was. He ran a 14.94 on a 14.40. Alex Kidd now in the ute against Ian Deutscher in that beautiful EK station wagon. And the win goes to the ute of Alex Kidd with a 15.59 on a 15.58. That is pretty damn close. He had the better reaction time as well. Daniel Shaper in the mixed towing service. Work ute. Up against Andrew Faulkner. The Black Commodore, sorry. Oh, double breakout. The win goes to Andrew Faulkner. He ran 13.74 on a 13.80. Daniel Shaper ran 16.86 on a 17 flat dial-in. Double breakout, but the win goes to the Black Commodore of Andrew Faulkner. So drag bike, Young Guns and Young Guns bike should all be in the staging lanes. Is Craig Caton in the Falcon ute. Keeps the foot buried, runs 14.92 on a 14.60, takes the win. Who would have thunk it? Sonia Wagensveld goes 14.10 on a 13.92. Not quite close enough. Here we go with round 3 of drag bike. First pairing of round 3 is Bo Strike and Justin Malloy. Okay, folks, street bike to the staging lanes, please. Street bike to the staging lanes. So we should have Young Guns bike and street bike all in the staging lanes now. Of course, that was the first call for street bikes, so that is your cue for you guys to make your way down to the staging lanes. The win goes to Edwin Terry Alananis. He had a few traction problems there. Dialed in with an 881, but unfortunately due to those traction problems, 10.98 was the best he could summon. Meanwhile, Edwin Terry ran 11.05 on an 11.00 dial-in and was able to take the win. Will take the win. He goes through the finish line in 11.06 on a 10.9. Anyway, good enough for the win once Eric Redmond left the red light on the Christmas tree. Here we go, last pass of the night for the drag bikes, before the finals, of course. Last actual racing of round 3 for them. Jack Roberts on a solo pass. Off the throttle early. Sounded like he must have been getting some tyre spin and taking that engine up to the rev limiter. So ended up rolling off the throttle. Very wise indeed. 1971 on a 9.9. Obviously not representative of what that bike normally does. As I said, sounded like it was zinging up into the rev limiter, probably due to wheel spin. Recce down there to check out what's going on with the finish line sensors by the looks of it. Oh no, it's the light's gone off down there, so went down and turned it back on. Something happened there, I don't know. Maybe a plug come undone. Who knows? That happens. To run out of food, probably. About to move into the third round of racing for the young guns. Lexi Lancaster and Taylor Smith up first. Fancy lights on the Lexi Lancaster car. Looks very good at night time. We've got Taylor Smith. Fancy paint job on that car with the Moonshine Mayhem. Win goes to Alexi Lancaster in the Golby's parts and fabrication lane. Nice driving there from her. 8:05 on a 797. And 797 on a 775 for Taylor Smith. A lot of numbers, lot of numbers. Max Rowling and Thomas Dawson. Max Rowling, of course, in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication. 785 dial in. Thomas Dawson with a 12 flat dial in. He'll get a big head start over there in the Pro Street Radials lane. Gets the win with a 795 on a 785. Thomas Dawson went too fast with an 1141 on that 12-second dial-in. Still moving through the young guns here. Third and final round of racing for these guys and girls. $8.63, the dial in for Cody Sedmak and Lucia Pirano with a 10.10. To the staging lanes, please. Warwick Gases, it's your turn to come to the staging lanes. Warwick Gases to the staging lanes, please. Xavier Paul and Kendra Glasson now. Out there on the start line, 8.97 for Xavier Paul and 8.01 for Kendrick Lassen. I tell you what, these kids are good on the tree. A 0.5 for Kendrick Lassen. Xavier Paul with a 0.7. He takes the win with an 8.98 on his 8.97. 8.13 on an 8.01 for Kendrick Lassen. Unfortunately, not quite close enough. The win does go to Xavier Paul. Dakota Bray now and Tyler Bellett. Go 8.03 on a 7.98 for Dakota Bray is good enough for the win. And 7.79 on a 7.73, not quite good enough for Tyler Bellett. Isabella Hunter in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication Lane with an 8.65. Bronte Janusz, 12.57. The dial in for her in the PSR Pro Street Radials lane. Bronte goes too fast. 12.41 on a 12.57. That's a big breakout for her. Isabella Hunter takes the win with an 8.76 on an 8.65 dial in. Here we go. Final pass here for the young guns. It's Neela Paul with a 7.67 dial in. The dial in, 0.06 the reaction time and runs through with a 773. Neela Paul. That pass finishes out the junior dragsters for racing. We'll wait and see who makes it through to the final. As we head into the final round of racing for the Young Guns bikes. Looks like we're going to start off with Navia McDougall on the pink bike, lining up against Xavier Mansfield French. He's over there in the Pro Street Radials lane. He's dialed in with an 897 and Navia McDougall with a 965. Red light for Nevaeh McDougall. Unfortunately, that is her race. Xavier Mansfield French, he went early as well, but Nevaeh, unfortunately for her, she did it first. So the win does go to Xavier with an 898 on an 897 dial-in. So he was right on his dial-in. Nevaeh also went too quick, 957 on a 960. 965 to be exact. Vance Pirano now against Scarlett Mansfield French. Red light once again in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. A 0.05 there for Vance Pirano, unfortunately, puts the win over into Scarlett Mansfield French's lane. She runs 988 on her 900. So there's a win there in the final round for Scarlett Mansfield French. So we see Marcus McDonald, the final rider in round 3 of Young Guns bikes. He's dialed in 850. Good opportunity to see how that is going. Could be very important as well, because if points are even for the final, then there's always a count back to how your previous run went, how close you went to the dial-in. So even though this is a solo pass, very important for Marcus McDonald to try and get as close as possible to that dial-in without going under. 884 on an 850 for Marcus. Here we go with street bike. Round number 3. Clinton Swalling making plenty of smoke there. Here's also the bracket sponsor, Clinton Swalling Painters. And there he is in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication Lane, lining up against Dave Fallon. Dave Fallon with a 1060. Dial in Clinton with a 1070. Dave Fallon well out in front, thanks to that beautiful .07 reaction time. He goes 1069 on the set 1060, and that is good enough for the win. we go. Christopher Shaper and Adam Hill. Light there for Aaron Grout. Win goes to Rochelle Strike. And that is it for Street Bikes round 3. With Vintage Gas once again. Brad O'Regan in the crazed Plymouth. Brad O'Regan, red lights, hands the win over to Peter Klockner. staging lanes, please. Quick ET to the staging lanes. As we continue on with the Warwick Gases, it is James Brennan and Tracy Coombe. James Brennan in the sedan delivery. And, of course, Tracy Coombe in that beautiful Chevy Nova. She takes the win, 10.77 on a 10.38. James Brennan, he went 14.46 on a 13.50 dial-in. Fell off the dial-in way too much. Tracy Coombe, she must be getting up there in contention for the final. She's had a pretty good run through so far. Rowan Morrison now in the Grumpy Humpy. Up against Kenton McKay. Big Kenny in the Willies. Win goes to Kenny McKay. 11.35 and 11.18 dial in. As we see Dean Kubler in the locomotive. Lining up against Nigel Elsmore in that beautiful little Hillman panel van, the doggone crazy. And the win goes to Nigel Elsmore. He's had a pretty good run as well. 11.93 on an 11.40 for him. Takes the win. I know he's had at least 2 wins, possibly 3. And that brings out Simon Telford in the Barbara Ann FJ. Shane Lucas in the Blue Bayou. Barbara Ann has gone into deep stage. $11.74 on an 11.80 is too fast for Shane Lucas. Breaks out and Simon Telford takes the win in the Barbara Ann FJ Humpy. 14.25 on 11.46. He was way off the dial in, but Shane Lucas, as I said, he went too fast. Just repeating, Radial and Blown Outlaws to the staging lanes, please. Okay, folks, I've just had word. We are still going to run through with our racing, but the funny cars, the Nitro funny cars, are on their way in around about 25 minutes. They're just doing their final preparations, and as soon as they come out in around about 25 minutes' time, they will put on their final display of the evening. And I think we'll all agree that they are well worth the wait. They put on a great show so far. The Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars doing a great job for us here at Nitro on the Downs. Just wouldn't be Nitro on the Downs without them, would it? So thank you to all you faithful spectators out there hanging around. As you know, as I said before, definitely worth the wait to see these amazing cars in action, and of course, not to mention the Wheelstander as well. But as I said, around about 25 minutes' time, we'll see the Nitro Funny Cars come out for their third and final pass of the day. And I am really, really looking forward to that. Terry Mansfield French versus Mark Sugars. Quick ET, Mark Sugars with his customary wheels up in the air off the start line. $9.58 is too fast for Mark Sugars with a $9.60 dial in. Terry Mansfield French gets the win light with a 10.33 on a 10.30. They were pretty even off the start line, but Mark Sugars just pushed it just a little bit too hard. Jamie Falker now in the altered with a 9.87 dial in up against Max Carpenter in that beautiful red Mustang. He's dialed in with an 8.80. With the better reaction time, he should be able to hold on and take this win. 9.80 on a 9.87 is too fast. 8.78 on an 8.80 is also too fast, but the win does go to Max Carpenter in the Mustang, takes the win. Scott Burton now in the little silver altered, the altered intentions. Holden 6-cylinder powered altered. He's dialed in with a 10.10. Kirsten Colston in the AU Falcon has dialed in with a 10.45. Colston has the reaction advantage here. 07 to a 1-0. Double breakout again, but Kirsten Colston takes the win with a 10.38 on a 10.45. Scott Burton went 10.02 on his 10.10. This night air is really helping the performance of these cars. Getting a lot of breakouts at the moment. May have to check the dial-ins for these cars. Michael Shaper, he's just performed his burnout and is backing up in this beautiful 57 Chevy. Trevor Davis, he's also completed his burnout. The Mark 1 Cortina. Michael Shaper with an 8.75. Trevor Davis, he's aiming for a 10.78. Oh, very close on the reaction times. 06 for Trevor Davis, 07 for Michael Shaper. The win goes to Michael Shaper. Breakout from Trevor Davis in the Cortina. He goes 10.72 on a 10.78. So only 0.06 of a second in it. Michael Shaper, he runs an 8.79 on his 8.75. That is good enough for the win. Adam Somerville now. From Fossil Fuelers Inc. in the white Holden Ute up against this beautiful Tirana hatchback of Rob Price. Rob Price, 05 reaction time. That is good for him and hopefully good enough for the win. Goes 9.69 on a 9.60. And yes, he does take the win. Adam Somerville, he was just a tad off his dialing with a 10.30 on his 9.87. Michael Osborne, solo pass for him. Goes 9.32. That is it for round robin racing for Quick ET. And we are moving into Blown Outlaws. Round 3 of Outlaws racing here at Nitro on the Downs. Warwick Dragway, thanks to 1320 Motorsports. Also thanks to STS Speed Shop, Long Boost Performance Parts, Pulsar Turbo and Loy Sons Earthmoving. Rodney Hansen. Mackenzie Garside. Last two standing in Outlaws by the looks of it. $7.74 is a breakout for Mackenzie Garside by 1/1000th of a second. 7.74 to a 7.75. Dial-in is just that fraction too fast. Rodney Hansen went 7.67 on a 7.45. So he actually fell off his dial-in just a little bit. But unfortunately for him, Mackenzie Garside went too quick. And as I said, it was basically a hair's in it. Ellie Sting once again in the Sting family dragster. Ellie Sting, let's see how she goes on this pass. Went just a little bit too early, but that's okay. This is a solo pass, of course, 780. Nice pass there from Ellie Sting. 780 at 167.85 miles per hour. She's starting to look pretty comfortable in that dragster. We're about to go into Radial round 3, but have a look into the staging lanes. The Nitro funny cars are starting to arrive. Reese Carkeet in the EH, Andrew Rankin in the Corona. Okay. Please listen up, or just wait till these cars go down the track, but I will be reading out the list of finalists. The people I read out will get you to come around to the staging lanes, please. $4.94 is good enough for Reese Carkeet to take the win. 146 miles per hour. Fast Street, Matt Francis and Mark Rossau. Please make your way to the staging lanes, please. That is 7186 Matt Francis, 1967 Mark Rossau to the staging lanes, please. You are our finalists for Fast Street. And for Street, 6227 Alex Kidd, 7283 Andrew Faulkner. They are the finalists for Street, 6227 Alex Kidd, 7283 Andrew Faulkner. Please make your way to the staging lanes, please. Ag Bike, 6013 Adam Hill, 7027 Bow Strike to the staging lanes, please. That is 6013 Adam Hill, 2027 Bow Strike to the staging lanes, please. You are the finalists in drag bike. Young Guns, Cody Sedmack 4541 and Jet Pirano 5244. You are our finalists in Young Guns. Please come around to the staging lanes. Cody Sedmack and Jet Pirano. That is numbers 4541 Cody Sedmack and 5244 Jet Pirano. We'll just watch James Horan go down here in the Toyota Hilux. James Horan off the gas early. That car looked pretty quick. Still runs 440, 154 miles per hour. Moving on with our finalists, Street Bike, 6291 Rochelle Strike and 427 Aaron Potts. They are our finalists for Street Bike. Please make your way to the staging lanes. 6291 Rochelle Strike and 427 Aaron Potts. And finally, for now, Quick ET finalists 009 Michael Osborne and 2999 Max Carpenter. Our finalists in Quick ET, please make your way to the staging lanes. 009 Michael Osborne, 2999 Max Carpenter. To the staging lanes, please. Obviously, still working out some of the finalists, but for now, that's what we've got. Fast Street, Matt Francis and Mark Rossau. Street, Alex Kidd and Andrew Faulkner. Drag Bike, Adam Hill and Bo Strike. Young Guns, Cody Sedmack and Jet Pirano. Street Bike, Rochelle Strike and Aaron Potts. And Quick ET, Michael Osborne and Max Carpenter. Fast Street is 7186 Matt Francis, 1967 Mark Rossau. No problemo. Looks like a quick tidy up of the track before we get these incredible Nitro funny cars out for one last time. Okay, looks like the track is ready to go. Track is ready, the officials are ready, and the Nitro funny cars are starting to move forward. Who will we have first? The Bandit. Trans Am, Pontiac Trans Am. And he's going to be lining up against the Terminator. The Chevy Camaro. Josh Lay, of course, in the Bandit, and Justin Walsh in the Terminator. Here we go, folks. Third and final round of the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars. Josh Lay in the Terminator. Justin Walsh in the Terminator. Josh Lay in the Bandit. Here we go, folks. Those of you who have stuck around are about to be rewarded with more Nitro Funny Car action. That is beautiful. Josh Lay, 609. Justin Walsh, 682. And the win goes to Josh Lay, 609 with a 180 miles per hour. How good was that? Next up, of course, Graham Frawley in the King Kong Firebird. And, of course, Morris McMillan, the 57 Chevy Nitro Express. Just getting the cars ready. Final pairing of the night for the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars. How good do Nitro Funny Cars look at night time? Here we go. About to go into full stage. Look at him go. Graham Frawley pedals, but Morris McMillan straight down the track. 529, 281 miles per hour. Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express. Put your hands together for those guys. Put on an awesome show for us all night tonight. Graham Frawley had to work hard to keep that car on into the lane. 734, 130 miles per hour with multiple pedals. Great driving job there from Graham Frawley. As I said before, an awesome show put on by the Nitro Funny Cars here tonight at Warwick Dragway. We really do appreciate them coming all the way from Victoria. And now we are going to have Shelby Lay in the Wheelstander once again. Then it's time for finals. For all you people leaving, thank you for coming and make sure you travel safe. We'll see you back here at Warwick Dragway next time. Thank you again for coming. There she goes. Shelby Lay in the misbehaving 57 Chevy Wheelstander. Doing a great job with the Wheelstander all night is Shelby Lay. Here we go, Shelby Lay in the misbehaving 57 Chevy. Whoa, here we go. Car went up hard on the wheelie bars and then got pushed straight back down. Put your hands together for Shelby Lay. She's done a great job all night tonight. What a great night tonight already here at Warwick Dragway. And now we've got the finals coming at ya. Find out who is the winners of each of our brackets here tonight. Oh, final time. First up, it is the Young Guns. Finalists are Cody Sedmak and Jet Pirano. Cody Sedmak is coming into the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. Jet Pirano waiting for him in the Pro Street Radials lane. $8.64 the dial in for Cody Sedmak. Jet Pirano with an 8.03 dial in. Final of Young Guns for the very first Nitro on the Downs about to take place. Cody Sedmak versus Jet Pirano. Cody Sedmak, 0.001 reaction time. Gotta be happy with that. 8.61 goes too fast. I can't believe it. 8.61 on an 8.64 after an absolutely brilliant reaction time of 0.001. But unfortunately, double breakout there. Jet Pirano takes the win. He ran 8.01 on an 8.03 with a 0.04 reaction time. What an absolute cracker of a final between those two. Unfortunately decided by a double breakout. But look at that. Cody Sedmak, that reaction time is brilliant. 0.001. Second best reaction time of the weekend. Mac, second best reaction time of the weekend with a 0.001, 1 thousandths of a second. And of course, the only thing better than that was Christopher Shaper with a absolute perfect reaction time, 0.000. You don't see that too often. You don't even see a 0.001 too often, let alone a perfect light. So great work from those two races. We've actually had a lot of very good reaction times this weekend, to be honest. I've been pretty damn impressed. So one final in the bag, the young guns. Which final will we see next? I don't know. But I think we're about to find out very shortly. Here we go with the street final. Final of street. It is Alex Kidd in the ute. 15.56 the dial in for him, and Andrew Faulkner over there in the black Commodore with a 13.70. .02 to Alex Kidd, .04 to Andrew Faulkner. This could be a close one. $15.60 on a 15.56 is enough for the win for Alex Kidd in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication Lane. Well done to Alex Kidd in the ute. Takes out the winner of the very first Nitro on the Downs for the street class. Andrew Faulkner, the runner-up. Two finals down. Working our way through them. Of course, Fast Street. We got the big red HQ panel van. Of course, we've also got that beautiful Generation 2 Camaro of Mark Rosso. He's dialed in with an 11.51. Matt Francis in the panel van has dialed in a 10 flat. So the Camaro will get a small head start. 1.5 seconds around about. On the Christmas tree, of course. That means it'll count down differently on each side, of course. Ah, 0.01 for Matt Francis. The best of the reaction times between these two, and he takes the win with a 10.06 on his 10.00. Look at that, Mark Rosso, 11.51 with a 6 on an 11.51, but the reaction time from Matt Francis is what won it for him. He takes out the title of Fast Street winner at Nitro on the Downs here at Warwick Dragway. Great performance there from Matt Francis in the panel van. He's dialed in with a 9.77. Adam Hill in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane with a 10.30. Look at that. Adam Hill runs 10.35 on a 10.30 to take the win. Bow Strike 9.98 on a 9.77. 98 thousandths of a second. Now, we just saw Bow Strike on the drag bike. And now we have Rochelle Strike coming out on the street bike. 10.12 the dial in for Rochelle. Aaron Potts with a 10.90. Can she go one better than Bow Strike? Rochelle Strike in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane versus Aaron Potts in the Pro Street Radials lane. Red light from Rochelle. Aaron Potts will be the winner. Let's see how he goes. 11.00 with a 2 on a 10.90 dial in. But either way, he was always going to be the winner once Rochelle Strike left a red light on the Christmas tree. What's going on? Okay, folks, we're going to have our presentations over in the party hut, as we've been saying all day. That's over there in front of where the canteen is. So we're going to have our presentations over there very shortly. Okay, just wanted to say to all the people on the live stream, thanks for following along on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Of course, don't forget to subscribe so you get all the notifications in the future. And thanks for joining us here at Warwick Dragway today. We're going to sign off on the live stream right now. And as I said, thank you very much for tuning in and watching all the action here from 1320 Warwick Motorsports, the very first ever Nitro on the Downs. You saw all the action here on Overtaking Lane. Thank you and goodbye.